Maybe it's time to get rid of version 1. I don't think I want to use it anymore, or I'm just simply not using it anymore. Oh, already moved that. Oops. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Oh. think I have to often convert a board to a partition. Definitely going to need a partition of index. Hey, we have a new class name. Partition index, and I think less often the block index from that. So let's store the partition index itself. Okay, so I have once class partition. Let's just forward declare this thing. Just constructed from a board. A board is super small, isn't it? Just do everything by value. Construct a partition index directly from something. Let's see, board is, yeah, that was okay. Wait a minute. One of the most annoying things that I had with the version 1 is that if I jump to version 1, so let's remove that from the ctags stuff. Definitely no longer want to look at that. Jump to a board, so now we've got version 2. Board. I need 2 block indexes. I suppose I can get maybe we should just add new functions for that. It would be a tiny little bit faster. Yep. So I guess it should be possible to do a template based on the color, which then returns one index of that king. I have the feeling that it is a block index. Index type, index of a block. Yeah, this should totally work. Okay, how can I get the block index or the specified color? What kind of fields do we have? PI, right? This is what I need. I already have the color actually, but yeah, so that's why it's const expression. So I have a field type king block index. Color is black. The black king block index, otherwise the white king block index. And then we have to use the field type probably to get I think I just want to do a shift and a mask, an end. That should be enough. It seems like a lot of work here. It would work though. Yeah, this is makes more sense here. Taken. What that is the field spec is depending on X and Y. I don't need that. It's probably not even being used. See, XY is not used for the block index. Oh, it is. Huh? What? Well, not for the mask anyway. Hi Diop. Compile hello world. So we type in hello world in an .cpp file or .cxx, although most people use .cpp, and then get it to compile and then run it, and it prints hello world. That's how you start usually. Why am I looking at this function? I'm totally looking at damn it, man. Now I don't know anymore where I was coding. Well, not in board. Yes, I was adding something to board as a template. Template color. BlockIndex. There we are. Okay, so return encoded shift black king shift or white king shift, depending. I don't need a field type here. Let's just do if color is black, then use the black king shift, otherwise the white king shift. And then after shifting, I still have to end it with the BlockIndex mask. It was, I thought. Yes, because BlockIndex has a mask defined. Let's call this the index shift. No, the king shift. No, wait a minute. Yeah. Yeah. King shift. I'm gonna call it the index shift. Because the index is in the least significant bits of the king object. So if I shift the king, if I use the black king shift, the least significant bits will be the index of the black king. Okay, this works. And then I can do here. Oh, I don't have the color here as a const expression. In fact, I don't have a color at all. I have to pass the color. It's the toMove color, right? Or no, it's not necessarily who's the move. I have a board and I want to get the index of one of the two kings. Yeah, no, definitely not moving. Just some color. Color of the king. This is bullshit, man. Yeah, this is pure nonsense. Pure nonsense. Nope. The index must be constructed from so to this is not block index. I need a partition index. Can't type. So board block index black returns the index of the black king and white of the white king, and then we need to be able to construct a partition index of this type, namely from those two indexes, which therefore can be some static Suppose I'll just use this. The width of the board in blocks. No, number of blocks, of course. Yep, yeah. Block index number of blocks. And then let X move the fastest. What the hell is this? Wrong window. No, there's no X and Y. Let's move this one the fastest. So it's white king index plus number of blocks times the black king index. That won't compile obviously because, well, first of all, number of blocks is defined in BlockIndex. Secondly, this would only compile if BlockIndex is automatically be converted to some integer, so we can multiply it and add it. which means I need access to the index. I'll probably just have to call index then to get it. No, I'm not going to do index. So let's just call this blacking and then call it index on it. You move it here. So this is some unsigned integer, and this is some unsigned integer. Then after the multiplication, we probably have at least an integer. This one is also promoted to at least 32 bits, an integer, because we are going to add it. So the question is this ever going to be larger than 32 bits? Well, I hope not. Yeah, never. So okay, that just it's not going to be cut off or anything, right? This is just calculating it correctly, and then we have some unsigned integer that fits it, and then I want to be able to create a partition index from it. But a partition index is simply a vector index, and the vector index does have a constructor from a size type, which is also unsigned, so that totally should work. Therefore, now we can create a partition object from a board. That was one way. And of course, you need an accessor then. And that's just automatically converted. So I'm going to do operator partition index. This will operator some type two parents will cause automatic conversion to this type. If you try to use a partition but the only thing that the function that you try to pass it to takes a partition index, then that's going to convert it to the partition index. And the partition index in this case is the member index. What else do I need? I've got, so I'm gonna read my own description below. You can read it also below the video. I wrote, it is time to write the partition class. This has to be or must be convertible to some, we just did that, vector index, because this is a vector index. That stores partition dependent black to move and white to move vectors with info objects. Currently, we only have one of each. We have a different partition for every block index pair, right? I mean, but white king and the black king and the white king block index. One for the white king and one for the black king. In other words, every board can be converted to a partition, which then refers to utils vector info indexes. That's all I have. So using my pre-written description, the only thing I still have is that now we need to convert, where is that thing stored? I think in graph. In graph I have two info nodes here, which are vectors. It's a utils vector that stores info. And now this must become vector of vectors. I'm not going to define that here though. I think I'm just going to define it in here. So we have the info nodes type, and then define the type of these things, which are then a vector of info nodes. Let's call them instead of vector partition, because one whole vector, one of these vectors then, correspond one-on-one with a partition. So maybe we should call this partition. And then it is the info nodes is a plural of info node, which is just one info. So I have a vector of infos, which is then the info nodes. And now we have a vector of info nodes. How shall I call that? It's kind of still info nodes, isn't it? I think I just want to change the type of this thing, not necessarily the name of the type of the thing. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's do this. I'm going to put info in front of this, so then definitely won't change the type. What these accessors return. That is defined inside info. Why would I do info? Maybe I should just rename info nodes type in info to nodes type while I'm at it. Let me do that first then. Although that is far from trivial again. But this is no change, right? This is just a rename. This thing stays the same, this thing stays the same. And this used to be that which is this, so it's just also rename basically. It's still the same type. I didn't change anything. Info nodes. And here I use graph info nodes. Or I have to think if I want the info nodes or the graph info nodes. I think I want to hide or shield myself from dealing with the partitions as much as possible. So I should use the graph info nodes. But yeah, this is not trivial, I think. This is supposed to run over all positions. So I need to extend this loop with running over all partitions. That makes it more difficult. Let me just not make a change therefore, because I don't know how to change it yet. Therefore we'll keep graph info nodes, which is no change, because that's what it already is. It's the same thing. And what is this doing here? Run over all positions that are already made. This runs over already made. And then I'm getting the info object from it. Definitely also needs a horrible rewrite. So whatever. I'm not touching this file yet. Select to move, set maximum apply on parents. Oh my god. Oh, this is inside info. I don't know. Probably. That's just the rename that I'm going to do. Okay, so I was renaming this to nodes type. Yeah, the info index itself changes, right? I mean, now the info index refers to any board, and this has to change to referring to only boards where the both kings are in their respective block. Yeah, that's just a redefinition of the meaning. Not, I can just leave a board here, because it's anything will do. Just has to be a unique type. Except that I could use a template type if all the blocks are always handled as const expressions, which is not the case. So yeah, no. That means that we can accidentally confuse the index of one partition with the index of another partition. But maybe an idea to add a dynamic check for that, as opposed to the compile time check that I have now. But that's for another time. Nevertheless, so the info index is an index of a vector that is a function of the partition index. Therefore, an info index is no longer describing the board on its own. We now need a combination of an info index and a partition index. I think I can make the info index is maybe it's kind of the same thing as the partition index then. Some wrapper around something that gives me the block squares of the two king and the board squares of the rook, but not the block indexes. This is a really big change. nothing. Must be the number of squares in... I don't have that. Impossible. Rectangle size. Rectangle size is the size x and y, but not the multiplication thereof y. Or is it this one? Available bits? I'm so confused. block square. Is it want to pass something that is a square compact or derived from that? I think the king square derived from it. Probably not. King square not derived from anything, but this one is. So I can call block square on the king square. In a minute. Yeah, what is this anyway? Square, block square? That is the king square. I don't have another one. What is square then? Oh, that is black king square. Which is a king square, which is a block square. This is derived from that, yeah. So I need this block square, which is part of the king square, which is part of the black king square. Which I can get by shifting it. So I'm just gonna call this, I think. Tail. and then block square. Block square. Block square shift. Okay, I think that should do it. This converts a board into the index of a partition element, which I made up out of nowhere. Well, using this website here. There it is, element, see? But what does it mean? I have no clue actually. It's an element of a partition. Well, it's a position. It's a board. It's an encoded board that is an element of a given partition. And how can I use it? Black to move is something. What is it? Info vector. Why do I want it? To look up the board? No, to look up the info, obviously. of a given board. Okay, given a board, I can get now my partition index as well as the partition element. Actually, I can get my partition which wraps partition index, and I can get my partition element which wraps an info index. Therefore, having both, I can access the element of a vector that is the element of a vector. I just have to store them that way yet. Here I'm creating a board from an info index. I might have been using info indexes where I should have been using boards, because they are currently almost the same thing, just some unsigned integer. But no longer very efficient to use one or the other when I should have used the other. So it's kind of interesting to know where this or as index is being used, and then decide if that was really the correct thing to do. Let's begin with as index. I'll just comment that out, try to compile it. Parent infos. So I want to get one single info object that corresponds to this parent, where the parent is a board. And currently I'm doing that by having already a reference to a vector that is a nodes type vector. Totally not going to work anymore, right? Nope. Oh, come on, that should be the same thing every time, shouldn't it? Black to move. And there's bloody debug code as well. Oh, yes, again, used again, outside debug. What about parent info? Is it always white for this one? White to... oh, wait a minute. Yeah, white to move is being passed here. So parent's info is always white to move. And here as well. Okay, so that comes from the graph, because why to move here is defined somewhere up there. Yeah, which is a member function of graph. So instead of passing why to move, I could pass graph. Why am I playing with this? It makes a noise. Okay, so let's change this function and then pass the graph. Black to move. Okay, I'm gonna pass graph. By reference, that's the second last thingy, and then hope that I can have graph. Well, in the .cx we can have graph. So now we have graph. I don't need parents info anymore, really. Because now I can call let's not do this. That's calling directly on graph. Get info for parent. No index. It goes straight to graph. That was the last one in this function. Also have to change this function, of course, but let's do that afterwards. And then, of course, graph doesn't have get info. I kind of need to know who's to move, though. I have to pass that as well. So it was white in this case. Now I know that it is white, so I guess maybe you should just pass that as a template parameter. So I need in graph and a get info template for a board. That is returns an info reference. Get info for a board. This is a template. And annoying thing here is that I need to include, oh, we already have board, so I might as well define it right here in line. Of course we have board. We have board and info. Okay, so currently, because I still didn't change that, it's either stored here or there. Shall I first switch? Yeah, probably. In the end, we won't get an info nodes type, right? I'm not sure this thing is always const. I might need to get an info and then change it. So I'll write both the constant and the non-constant. So we get the nodes. I want to get an info nodes type eventually. Currently that's still the same type. However, I want to know if I'm using as index anywhere else. So let's use something else here. No, oops. Just to make it compile. Yeah, and then I think that's the other one, the other function, the Y to move. Maybe that's the only thing left. Let's just do a grep. Oh no, 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 no. But okay, nah. Most of that is in InfoIndex 2. Yeah, we're barfing on this now. Commented out. Graph, I'm working on this. Yeah, was working on that one. Here is still something. Yeah, I'll just have to do them one by one. Right, so. No. Where was I? Probably here. Or not. Totally not here. No. Here. Yeah, now I'm using as index. Yeah, I want to do that. So let's just rename the thing instead. Index 2. That works. Almost the same as commenting it out. Maybe I need a const version as well. Well, I'll see. Well, if I don't know, then I should make it a const thing. And then see if that complains somewhere. Yep. Cannot drop the const qualifier. Need at least the non-const version. And then let's just do this one, I suppose. So the Y to move set minimum apply on parents now also takes an graph. And then I'll call on that graph get info for probably the opposite color. Parent. What? Only one? Okay, let's do this one last. AKA comment that one out. Can you comment it out like that? Well, according to the syntax highlighting, you can. Make it big. S index does not exist in graph.cxx. So having an index, and then we look it up either in that one or in that one, and get an info. So all we need is a graph. What is the graph here? Oh, I think we are inside the graph. Yep, obviously. So we can just do get, and then the color is not a template parameter. Oh wait, no, I do not wait. Well, actually, might as well do it here. To move is black. Is index a board? No, index is an index. Pos is a board. So I need get info black from pos. I think that works. Whoa, huh? No, let's not do this anymore. Well, I don't really need the index. I need the encoded value. Yeah, that is now something totally different. I just need encoded. And I should just add an accessor for that then. Perhaps. Before I was using as index, very lame, to get encoded. But that thing is going to be rewritten as something totally different. super lame. Where's the current board? What? What am I doing here? Oh, the exclusive OR comes first. But still, here. As index get value. That's... no, you gotta be kidding me, right? Well, okay, never mind. So this is encoded, yes. And then this is to board encoded, which actually I just have access to because this is board. It was never needed to begin with, you see that? Just to encodeds that want to have exclusive OR. No need for that yet. What happens? Something failed. Why is it doing this and then printing it again? It looks like 2 errors this. Undefined reference to main is also super interesting. Oh yeah, never mind. But I still don't get why we get 2 of them, but I suppose everything compiles then, except info.2.cxx. And now this shit hits fan. This thing has a lot of S indexes. You get an info index, yeah, obviously, and then we get the info of that. So I could do just get info, and it is wide to move. So this is going to become wherever we got wide to move from. Wide to move is obviously just graph, right? What else can it be? So here I can do graph2 get info wide to move board. At which point we don't need this index anymore, I hope. Oh, it's still being used there. Why? Very, very, very annoying. Same thing here. Generate neighbors test suite. I got 10 upvotes on Reddit. And I wanted to see what that was. So I click on it. No. Disappeared. I had to use one of the other 11 mouse buttons. Yeah. I have two different pop-ups. One I have to click, I don't know. I mean, it's left, right, or the middle mouse button. It's doing stuff. But it differs as function of where the pop-up comes from. So it's super confusing. Yeah, I want to know where black to move comes from. It comes from graph 2, like in your face from graph 2. This one looks very const to me. That is the info of board, isn't it? Yeah, so let's just call it info. Graph 2, get info, totally black, board. Then we do it again. So probably safe to say that is a different scope, maybe even a different function. So the info would be now this thingy here, yeah, like that. Info. And then I don't need this one anymore, I hope. Not a different function. Oh, this is black to move children. Never mind. Totally the same function, probably. We are in main. After main there's nothing, so everything is the same function. And you're gonna do it again. Anyways. Yep, okay, so we need another info here. Info. I'm gonna try const. If it's not const, then the compiler will tell me. Info B then. I'm not sure if info is not already used. because I call it B instead of board. That's what I mean, right? Info belongs to board and info B belongs to board B. Did you hear me say the uppercase B? Okay, who is to move here? Well, it's again black, I see. B. I should never need this anymore because it just won't work. My god, looks like black is always to move. Just kidding. But it is. So, you know, it's that part of the test suite. Like to move neighbors or something else. Neighbors. There are no more errors on this suite. S index. Legal moves are stored like that. That's what I mean. That's not store indexes if we need boards. Let's just store boards. I'm doing that everywhere, I see. Okay, go up. S index. So legal moves is definitely going to be replaced with just storing the boards. Again, legal moves. Again. Again, the more the better, because there were so many of those as insert that we need a whole lot to be. There is a white one here. A white to move. So I'm gonna delete this as well. Right. We're gonna do info reference. I middle clicked and that was correct. Info reference info board. So yeah, info. Oh, grave to dot get info white of board. Don't want to use this, and that is now my info. What the assert? White to move neighbors I. That is a board, I have to admit it. And we know that white is to move, and we probably have graph here. Graph to get info white of. Oh, wait a minute. What is this doing? Oh, it finds index in legal moves. Yeah, I'm going to store board in legal moves. So now we do not find the index, we just find the board. Very simple. Blop. Gone. More index here. Legal moves, insert. Just insert B. And here we have an info const reference. Nah. Actually, I don't know. Info B. No, totally const. Graph to get info white from B. Fix me. What do you think I've been doing all this time? Oh, that one. Yeah, that one is not that easy. How many more do we have of that? There's another one. There we go. Boing. As index, as index, as index. Yeah, this is again a legal move thing, so I should just find the board itself. And now again have an info const reference. Info B is graph to get info black B. Insert B. It's mostly this test suite, it seems. Imagine getting money for this. Graph2 dot get info white B. Mim info B. Info const reference info B is graph2 dot get info white B. Oops. Info B store B. If only we had an AI that it could show it once or twice and I say now do the rest. and then not lose time with fixing everything it fucked up. This is faster. Info const reference info p is graph to get info white b. Now I could do this faster, of course, definitely, but I like the peace and quiet that it gives me. You don't have to think. Is at infinity. Yeah. So I do this until I feel satisfied and get bored, and then maybe I'll speed it up. If this goes on for hundreds of times and I do it 50 times, and then I say, well, what the fuck, and then I automate it and it's done. All the other few thousand. Definitely helps though to do this first 50 times to get a pretty good idea on how to automate it, if you get what I mean. Okay, I'm starting to get bored. Don't tell me you're still not there. Oh, this is the end of the test suite. Definitely a good sign. Should not be much left. 1, 2, 5. 5 left. Info nodes is depending on something. Child info nodes, child info nodes, child info nodes. So that is not used anywhere else except here. So I just need to get the info board depending on a color. Let's get info black, for example, of board, or get info white of board. Hey, talking about board. That's it. Yeah, totally. And then here to move black, graph. And this was not used anywhere else. Well, that is annoying. That is definitely annoying. You would almost make a member function pointer here. Otherwise I have to do this inside this loop, like every time. Super slow, especially since it's doing human interface. Asking me for. Okay, we'll just do it inside the loop. Who cares? So the child info is getting something. Let's do black of B. Okay, get info black of B. And then again on the graph, of course. but really we only wanted to do that if to move with black. Yes, otherwise we do graph2 dot get info white of B. At which point I don't need the child info nodes anymore. Except there. But hey, I'm just gonna do it again. Adding in and oh no, that's the last time. Pretty sure all I need is this. Ta-da! Yeah, looks like it. It feels like that maybe I should need white here instead. What? Why? Child info. No, it's child. Child is the opposite color of. I didn't change it. Did not change it. Did not change it. No, it's probably okay. Another one. What else is this doing? Want you? That were the fix me's. Okay, just to left then, and then the fix me's. Eh? What is this doing? InfoIndex II. I think the II stands for InfoIndex. And then we have a totally separate I, which probably stands for integer. Ask kernel origin. Int I is 0. I less than number of children plus I. We run over the number of children, which are probably stored in child positions. Therefore, now we have a board. Then we get the child's info that belongs to that board from the graph. Get info. I just typed that. Child ply, then you get the child ply from the child info by calling ply on the classification of the info. Classification part, as if there is anything else in the info. The whole info exists of pure classification these days. Boring. Maybe we should change that to just get rid of the whole info. I don't know. If or rename classification to info and then get rid of info by no, you get the point. If child ply equals ply minus 1, okay, what is this picking some kind of magic thing to play or something? We're not even doing anything with II. Oh, that's here. Yeah, we picked the largest index. The largest index. It is completely random. That's what it is. And then we have a board eventually being a random board. And then get a move from the user. No, that's the else. No, let's skip that. Then nothing. Then we go to the commented out top. It uses board to get an info. Get apply. Current position. Yeah, so it's basically the computer did a move here. It picks a move using an interface that I'm going to delete. I'm afraid the computer here is the loser. But then how to write it? Can just use encoded. Oh, I still don't have that. Yeah, kind of. I need a way to order boards more or less. I needed that before anyway. Okay, super lame, but since you don't have indexes, indexes are the same as boards, I'm going to use board instead of index. But now I don't know. No, we don't have an undefined here. No, all zeros would do, probably. So we can make this one. I'm still constructing it from an InfoIndex. Oh yeah, we're totally going to change that. Remove it as well. I'm gonna need a non-defined board. So I set encoded to 0. And then I add an undefined here. No, board II. Now nobody knows anymore where the II came from. So I keep it that way because I'm not. Evil. I wanted to say something else. Evil I can say. I mean, I'm not really evil, but it wasn't as bad as what I almost said. B as index, and then accept no longer, index, and then I becomes B. Yeah, that should work. So if it is pi minus 1 and II is undefined, or B is larger than II, then set II to B and board to B. Both. Might as well use board directly then. What is the board set to? Oh, the board is set now to the first one. But yeah, I don't need II anymore, except here. Oh, that is lame. Okay, no default constructed board. First, we don't need the first time. I is 0 the first time. Actually, I don't know that. Nope. First time. Okay, first time. There's a first time for everything. Oops. Still picks the largest board. Pick the first one and then we pick the largest board. So the only other thing I possibly could do is remove the first time and then just have a default constructed board. No, board is not default constructed. Board is undefined actually. Think. Well, I don't know what board is at this point. You override it anyway. So, yeah. Definitely override it. I think this looks good. And then I don't need my undefined anymore, or the default constructor for that matter. Well, I still need my default constructor, but I don't need to set thing to 0. And then the fix me's, yeah, these were not that easy, I think. Hopefully they are, but I don't see it. White to move index is being passed to a mysterious function, which needs it apparently for something. I think the trick is that I just passed the whole board, right? Instead of the index. Yeah, I mean, what else can you do? So that would be step 1. So white to move board. Cannot do that. And then these functions must take a board, of course. Blah, 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 blah. Apparently that is current board. And then, well, we change that here as well then. Board. And board. Current. And then I construct a board from that. Brilliant, but it's a current board. It's a constant current board is. So is current used for something else? That is the question. Current board, current, new function. Ta-da! Current board, current position, and to the top. Unbelievable. So I name that thing current board. You can delete this, and we're done. I could even make it const. The exact same thing. I mean, a current board is like the current board, yeah? Don't touch it. This is the current board. There's only one current board. If you would change it, then it wouldn't be the current board anymore. So I think this is really making it clear. It's like people start reading this and think, oh, thank God it's const. Otherwise I would have to continuously, completely paranoid, check if the current board isn't being changed accidentally. And here we do the same thing. First the const. Const. Current board. All qualifiers work on everything on the left. So you see a qualifier, the whole thing on the left is const. Don't tell me that is not the case, because that's how qualifiers work. And if you put it on the right, you have to start thinking, because that is just an exception. Therefore, I never put it on the right. All qualifiers go always on the left. On the right, I mean. I never put it on the left, yeah. And that could be removed. And then we have to go here, because I have to need the same signature. Board. Especially the const is needed. But let's use the same argument name as well. Does that now fit on one line? Yeah. Even that. Loads and loads of changes. Non-const L value reference to type graph cannot bind to a value of unrelated type graph info nodes type. Yeah, I must pass graph here as well. It's just the int chess2 thing is still not fixed. There was only one of them. Only one of this. Yep. And then the other one was here. Also needs graph. Already has graph. Everybody happy? Well, not except my compiler, but I mean, insert. No matching member function for call to insert. Candidate function not available. No non-conversion from board to const value type, aka const utils VectorIndex board for first argument. Oh, that's the legal moves thing. Yeah, I changed that from storing info indexes to storing boards. It's a set. Oh, okay. Probably the reason I was too lazy to add an less than compare for board, which I need anyway because I changed that. Yeah. You're going to need that now. So probably it. That's probably it. Now it's going to complain about no less than in board, I think. No, still complaining about insert. Conversion from board to const value type. Again, there's more legal moves. No. Might as well search for this then. Holy moly, man. There is so many of them. Board. Board. Now it's going to complain about no less than. Invalid operands. It is no less than for two const boards. Well, I'll add it. Board.h. Surely I have an operator somewhere here. Operator. Shall I add a friend bool operator less than board left hand side, comma board right hand side return. Yeah, it's really difficult. I think code is really deserve the $150 they get paid per hour for doing stuff like this. I'm just kidding. Hey, it compiles. What shall we do next? Test it, run it, test it. Let's first see if we don't get any asserts. Actually, I could run this again and then see if we get the same file. That would be totally good. So I'm gonna copy this from wherever it is to right here. Hopefully that fits. Yeah, it's a small one. And then we run it again, and I want to be 100% sure that it does create it. Is infinite chess 2 crash? Still no crash. Unbelievable. We are still running. Well, if it compiles, it works, right? So the next thing it's going to do is print after 18 seconds. Yeah, I mean, hello. Don't tell me I've not already been talking longer than 19 seconds. My God, what did I do? It got slower. All these numbers are the same. It is writing what I just deleted. I deleted this 21. What? Oh, it's still thinking. Damn. I could have reached out and drank a little bit of water in this time. Maybe it's not too late. The reading might take as long. Okay, I put €100 on that it works. I never said that it wouldn't print stuff. It didn't code dump, and working means that the MD5 sum of this file is the same as the copy that I made. Yeah, you all owe me €100. See how many viewers? That's €400. Wow, I'm rich. Git diff. Yeah, not that invasive. Vi grave.h. And we are back here. So I think that this is now the only place where I call sindex. Grab source sindex without the 2. I don't have that anymore, and sindex2 is only called in one place now instead of a billion places. Which means we can change this now to 2 indexes. Probably need the other way around as well. the other way around. How do we go the other way around? This is from board to info. I never want to go from info to board, do I? Oh, I do. Yeah. Well, let's remove that. So I have a constructor. I mean, the info is currently a wrapper around a size type, which is an index into no, it's not. Wait a minute. Info is stored in a vector where the index of the vector enumerates all possible boards. Yeah, that's it. So, of course, the index is a size type, and I just encode all the boards as a size type. Actually, the board itself is a wrapper around a single unsigned integer. If I can find it. Yeah, this is unsigned integer, that's the whole board. Yeah, it's black king. Where is the black king? Where is the white king? Where is the white rook? I don't know who is to move. That's separate. But every board has one-on-one an info object, and that info object is stored in a vector, and that is depending on who is to move. So this is a vector, and that is a vector. If for a given board black is to move, then we can find the info here, and if for that same board white is to move, then we can find the info here. And the problem is that I'm going to change the index of these two vectors, which before enumerated every possible board, to just a fraction of the number of boards, depending on which partition we are in. So the whole thing is going to be split up in many files on disk, not one file but a lot, and then each only talks about a fraction of the positions. And then to determine which info I need two indexes, the partition index and the partition element index, which I happen to call still InfoIndex. So before InfoIndex was pointing, was an index that told me exactly which board it is, but now InfoIndex is only telling me which board it is inside that given partition. And I still need the partition index then as well to know which board it is, what board it is. However, we can construct a board currently from an InfoIndex, which therefore becomes nonsense, because I could construct it from a partition and an InfoIndex. Yeah, maybe I need that, but I don't know. Maybe I don't need this anymore. It seems unlikely, but hey, I just comment that out. Let's see where this is being used, because I kind of deleted a lot of InfoIndexes, because, well, InfoIndex is going to be changed, so I didn't want to use it everywhere anymore. Maybe we never construct boards anymore. Totally still passing InfoIndex. Oh, 0 again. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, that's... What? I wonder what... Oh, yes? No, yes. Okay, yeah. So we changed this function to not take an index, but to take a board. And it's still compiled, because if you try to pass an index while the function takes a board, it's just going to construct a board from that index, which was a bug. Instead of InfoIndex, I have to pass the board. And I run over, and doing this wrong again. We're running over InfoIndex as well. Actually, I just want to run over boards, namely all boards that are already made. So I'm going to change that again. I don't want to. The reason is probably because I'm still looking up stuff here by index in black. Why? I thought I was, yeah. I've been trying to remove all of that stuff. Well, before this index was gotten from a board by calling sindex on the board, and this time we just have an InfoIndex from this vector. That's why I didn't find it. Because there's no sindex call here. So I need here a board, and then we can, instead of doing this, we can just call graph2.getIndex on that board. So the first step is definitely to change already made 2 to something that stores boards. It stores boards. How many vectors do I have that store info indexes? Because that is just not enough information anymore. We don't have that. Very good. Or any other container maybe? Nope. Very good. Already made, might be the last one. So instead of storing current info index, I want to store the board that belongs to that. Current info index, current info index, current info. Bloody loop. Oh yeah, this loops over all black positions. All positions that have black to move, which are stored in black to move, which is that. Yeah. No. Okay. Yeah. This is harder. Now I really have to start to use my partition OPX. I have to loop over all partitions. And then loop, well, really have to loop over the indexes here, I think. Yeah. Probably need to figure that out then. Okay, so I have 2 indexes now. And how do I loop over them? That would be 2 for loops. And the outer for loop then runs over a vector, is also a vector. I think it's the graph nodes type. It's not a good name though. Info nodes. Yeah. Still doubting how to call that. So this is going to be a vector that contains vectors that contains infos. Yeah. So it is a vector where a single element of that vector is a info nodes type, maybe. Yeah. Well, an info column nodes type. And that represents then all the info nodes of a single partition. Shall I just call it partition? Partitions type, plural. Graph partitions type, index type, current partition index. Back to move partition. I begin. Yeah, you sort here first. I begin and I end. So in 50 years after my death, maybe sooner. Still after my death, of course, but sooner than 50 years. Well, I might actually be alive still in 50 years. I mean, it happens. People get that old. Who knows? Yeah, so this is my vector type, and I stands for index. Because my vectors have an index type, not int or size type. I mean, it's way too confusing. I want a type safe code. So I have some abstract size type wrapper. So it's a wrapper. Abstract type that is my index. And that abstracts that totally new type that nobody in the world uses except those who use my code, of course, but that's being returned by I begin. You don't believe me, right? Here, I begin. Ta-da! Where's I begin? Returns index type. Uses detector. Dude. Array, DQ, vector. There we are. Index type of the vector, which is not a size type. Type safe index. So this is my vector, utils vector, and then this is the index type, which nobody knows what it is. Some obscure index type. And then we just can begin at the beginning, and then we run until the end, and the rest is the same as always. And then we loop here over the indexes of the vector that is stored inside this thing. So even though I didn't even write it yet, I already know what the type is, because this is that type, and then the value type is going to be the vector inside that vector. And then that vector also has an index type. And that then has to run over now this is the vector. I mean, I gave it the name here. I don't know, it also doesn't exist yet, but hey. And then if you get an element of that, then you get another vector, which again is then the thing that we're running over here. So this totally works. And now we have two indexes that we run over. The partition index and the InfoIndex. But InfoIndex is now this info is, you know, that not exclusively. I mean, maybe I'm leaning towards calling it a not InfoIndex here, or maybe I should. I mean, it's going to be an InfoIndex, this type, thus far, or maybe no, yeah. So I created this new class called Partition element, which is a wrapper around an InfoIndex. So maybe I should use that instead of directly the InfoIndex, which I just worked hard to get rid of. So maybe this should not be an info index anymore, but it should be a partition element. And if it is a partition element, then this name should of course be current partition element. And then probably, I mean, this is a partition, right? Because I also made a partition, which is a wrapper around the partition index, and same reasoning. The other thing was called the partition element, and then I don't talk about the index because that is hidden internally. It's okay, it's an index, but we call it partition. I don't know why. I mean, I made that up 2 hours ago when I wrote that file. So still, let's call this just partition, which then hints that it has type partition instead of type partition index. But the partition wraps a partition index, so nothing is lost there. I just less typing, more readable. Let's call it that way. The current partition is the black to move partition I begin. Current partition unequal black to move partition I end plus plus current partition. And still it doesn't fit on one line, unfortunately. And then this one, current elements, okay. Black to move partition, current partition. And then I want this to work, right? But that it works because, yes, partition. Partition automatically converts to a partition index. If you try to use it for something that has no idea what a partition is, but it says, hey, I want a partition index, then that is being converted. So yeah, seamlessly we can just pass the partition as an index here. So this thing is type partition instead of partition index. Okay, now go inside the loop. I want my info. In this case, I really don't have a board. I just don't have a board. Apparently the only thing I want is an info, except where we try to construct a board from that info. I'm not sure yet. Wasn't it that I wanted to push back boards? Yeah, we need boards. Okay. But I need the info as well. So I guess I want to be able to construct a board from I'm not too sure. Do I want to be able to construct an illegal board? Why not? You can do that. My boards can store illegal stuff. Maybe it makes more sense to get the info directly from whatever the indexes are, irrespective of what board it refers to, and then only after I tested that it is legal, I construct the board. Yeah, that makes more sense. It makes the shortest path that we can do for the info is just get info by the two indexes. So why take a route through the board? It's just bullshit. That's a complete encoding of the two indexes into a board with all kinds of shifts and ends and stuff, and then have to unpack it again. So no, I want to get it directly, and we don't use the black to move anymore. So I want to do graph to get info. It was black, right? Black, okay. And then I don't pass a board, I just pass the index directly, because that's what I'm going to need to get my info. Partition first, current partition, comma, current partition elements. And then you have to do everything again below here, which is rather annoying. Plus, I have to still construct a board. Also, so we make this an place back so that we can just pass the arguments of the constructor, and we now have the same stuff here, right? And just now construct a board from that. And that should be it in terms of not being able to construct a board from a single index. Now we're trying to construct it from two indexes. Lots of work ahead. Okay, so this one then. White to move. You have black to move. Hopefully I don't use that anymore. Nope, don't use that anymore. So this can be deleted. And we have something like that. I think it's probably exactly like that. To the white to move, I don't need a white to move anymore. It's totally not exactly like that, because the black has to be placed by white. That wouldn't even make a difference, because they have the same type. The index is the same type and the size is the same. But okay. Run overall. And then here we have, well, we need to change very close to this one. I'm just going to copy that. One of all legal positions in, yeah, let's just delete it. And here black must become white again. And the index is now called current partition element. Totally should work. And then here I get my info. Yeah, that must be white. It's just copy, but change it black with white. Yep. Okay, no, this is never made with why to move. So we missed two things now. Oh, we missed a lot of things. Don't even have a graph partition type. vi graph.h. Need a new type here using the partition type. I already forgot what the type was. Was it called partitions type? Yeah, and that is gonna be a utils vector of the other types. Well, definitely again a utils vector, but is it not something stored here already? Info. Nodes type. This is a utils vector with infos using InfoIndex. Yep. So I can't use partition element here because the vector expects a vector index, not some user class. So this must be InfoIndex. That's the actual InfoIndex. And my partition element is just a wrapper around that. And I can still call this nodes type, I guess, because, well, one node being an info and a board, more or less. In this case, info. I don't know. It worked the last few weeks. I don't know what I'm saying. Delete that. This is my vector. Definitely my vector. I'm not sure if I want to call this info nodes type. Even want to keep that. That's currently the type of this thing. So that's going to be partitions type. Yeah, I already don't have this anymore. And this is then info nodes type. So vector of info nodes type, and the index is partition index. And then this is the partitions type. And then this should never be called anymore, actually. So delete it. I'm now using this to get infos, not by looking them up in that vector. And this I have to rewrite. But now I'm curious if deleting that doesn't cause all kinds of problems. So let's not do this yet. But do this trick again. Dummy, return dummy. What am I missing? Info nodes size. Yeah, boy, I don't know the size yet. I don't know. Give me compile errors so I can do something. I don't know what partition index is. Well, that's a missing header because it's defined in partition.h. I do that wrong, right? You should, the new file should be at the top. The newest file. So this is utils. So this was written 10 years ago. Well, I updated it, but first you get the standard headers, and then you get library headers, and then you get your own library headers, which is this one. And then you get the headers of the current project, written from older to newer. Think about it why that is the correct way. So it's from new to old. I think info is also newer than board actually. Compile. BlockIndex. Yeah, I want to share a trick with you guys. I'll tell you. I know if people are listening. 3 viewers. Just think about it. I'm sitting here in the dark. I was just a random thought. So I'm sitting here with the curtains open, in the dark, and then, yeah, while I was coding, I'm thinking that kind of thing. And then people walk by, you know, they don't walk by, but I was thinking it. And they might walk by and then look inside, and I see this weirdo that sits in the dark behind his PC. I mean, how autistic can you be? Yeah. So gossip. And what I was actually thinking is that I don't suffer from that at the moment. I mean, people don't gossip about me. While I think that when I was much younger, say teenager in your 20s, and you move and then you do that kind of stuff, then people really put a label on you. You know, this is a weird guy. There's something is wrong with this guy. What is he doing, sitting behind his computer in the dark? Weird. And then I was thinking that I think that one of the reasons that people don't think and talk bad about me here where I live now is because I never lied about it, but I made them believe that I'm a millionaire. Seriously. I believe that I never lied about it, but, you know, that it just happened, and then at some point I got feedback about that. I think I was somewhere where on the average there was like in the neighborhood, and there was like on average 20 people or something like that. And I think they were talking about who was the richest guy. And then one of the women there just guessed it to me. She was like mad about it. Oh, that's Carlo, the fucking rich guy. Yeah, but no, really, that helps. It helps. If people think you're very rich, they talk a lot less bad about you. I mean, if you're that rich, you must have done something good in your life. Can't be all bad. I got a lot of respect from a lot of women as well there. In general, you know, once they think that, they don't frown and look mad or something like that. No, they're friendly, and you can chat with them, and they say hi, and yeah, it's nice. Just a tip. I'm gonna turn on the lights though. Be right back. Yeah. I think it has to do with the fact that I don't work. I get out of bed. I mean, I'm not pension age yet, so I should be working, but I'm not working. And I know that because I do whatever I want and I get out of bed like 12 noon or later. And then if it goes bad in the stock market, there's someone who knows a lot more about them. So I tell her, that's just one person there, but she knows, say, what I own or what I have. So I tell her, stock market so bad, I lost 6,000 euros today, just in one day. And then others hear that, and then she's like, yeah, I'll have that back tomorrow. And 2 weeks, a week or 2 weeks later, I said, well, I'm now minus 20,000. But then she's still not like, oh my God, you lost 20,000 euros. She's like, whatever. That kind of talk. But I'm not a millionaire. Yeah, and I did lose 20,000 euros since Trump is in power. And I'm not worried about it, literally, because indeed, I'll get it back. You know, just waiting. In a few years, it will all be back. There's another tip. Save money. Seriously, the younger you are, the more serious you have to take this. If you spend all your money, it's so big difference. You have to save a lot of money, maybe up till $1,000 or euros per month if you can. Maybe. Well, if you have a reasonable job, if you have a job like a programmer, you should be able to do that. And then do that decades long. And I understand that if you're like in your 20s or even beginning 30 and you have your programming job, then you yeah, come on. Why would I save 1,000 per month? I cannot have fun for the next 30 years. Because now I'm 30 and then by that time I'm 60 and I can't even imagine how far away that is. But you should do it anyway. It's true. Money makes money. So if you just save and save and save, and at some point you have 100,000 on the bank, and then you will be happy. And then that will become more and more and more. And if you just spend all your money and you just have 0 or minus 1,000 or plus 1,000, and it just goes, and everything you own, everything you get, you spend it, then you will never be able to lose your money on the stock market, like I do. No, I think to be honest, I did do that. I saved 1,000 per month. I'm not spending anything. So that's say 10,000 per year. And I'm 61. So maybe I am rich. I don't know. I'm not really rich, I think, but I did save almost everything that I could save. Why is this not compiling? Unknown name BlockIndex. Probably a missing header, right? BlockIndex. BlockIndex is unknown. Okay, this is ridiculous. Not knowing what board is. No variable conversion from a returned value of a type unsigned int to function return type partition index. Is that thing explicit? Probably explicit. Partition index. Totally, yeah, well, it's a vector index. That's probably, very probably explicit. Yeah, it's explicit. The only way to do this is by telling it. Maybe it does work like that, because when now I'm telling it to construct whatever type is missing here. But it's not a size type yet. So maybe I should cast this whole thing to a size type as well. Let's try it. Yep, chosen constructor is explicit. Maybe I just have to tell it and what to construct here. Doesn't even want to do that. Yeah, well, of course, it is actually an initializer list. Is. So you go from an initializer list to something that can be constructed from a size type, but only if you explicitly pass that, which we definitely didn't do. But the casting to the size type wasn't necessary. Error, no viable conversion from const utils vector info utils vector index board to const info. Mouthful. This is just vector, right? Yeah, okay, I did that. Never mind. Right. Arg, yeah. Ouch. The thing now has to write itself to many files. So it can't just pass one O stream. I think it should change it to simply write. Or pass a directory. Could write to and then pass a directory. Yeah, I mean the actual directory where I want to write to should be defined in main and not here in graph.cxx. So something needs to be passed, but we have to write to multiple files. And I can only write classifications. No, I am going to be able to write a whole partition, right? Right. Yeah, open one file, write a whole partition, close the file, and then the next one. Or do it in parallel, maybe. I'm getting tired. I want to do something else for a bit. Keeps going on and on and on. Too many changes. I'll continue later, I think, in maybe 2 hours or so. When I feel like it again. I'm quite happy with my current state of my brain, because it's actually moving. It's more like it used to be when I was much younger, for certain way of looking at it. I'll say. Oh, it is on the homepage of lightjazz.org, and I was thinking an avalanche of thoughts, which I won't bore you with, but I used to do that all the time. I'm just gonna kick this bishop. And then I'm letting him kick my queen. That was the plan, so I do it. Maybe it was not a good plan. So I do this, go there, takes, translate, take my queen. I take this queen with check. Okay, there's no problem. If there was no check, then I had to check if the knight could give check, and the knight can give check. So I take here and then give check here, or then I take the knight, but the knight is protected. And then, yeah, that was not good. But as long as the king, as long as this was check, is no danger there. Shall I just castle short now because I don't know what else to do, or shall I just go here and attack the unprotected? Oh, I like this. Let's go after that. And how about pushing this? Nah, I want to push this pawn. You have to go away with the queen. I have to castle. Put this here maybe, so that the pushing of this pawn is just slightly harder, although not impossible. Maybe especially now I can still go there if he pushes this pawn. Yeah, so this is still possible, right? Because it's still with check. Otherwise, take, check. Oh, it's no longer defended. Now, I think I'm just going to castle. Why would I even castle? I could take a whole move. I can go away. I want to push this so badly. I need a rook here. I can castle short. But there is no attack here, right? And then I get this on and stuff. Then there is an attack if I castle. I think I'm just gonna go here, and then he probably takes here, and I take there, and that's not a problem. This is just not a problem. Or I can push this one first. It's just not a problem. What is the plan here? I don't know why he's doing that. Why is he doing that? Wants to go here, threatening something. Let's see who is first, Mr. Talios Demir. I know your name. If you know the name of evil spirits, always helps. Okay, you wanna threaten take my pawn, Let's make use of my useless bishop. The bishop that was doing nothing. Oh boy, double attack. A double attack. No, it's just a single double attack. Okay, maybe it takes here. I take. I lose one something, and I do this. It's gonna take here, and then I win that one back. That isn't that bad. Not as bad, rather. But I'm then on the same line as this bloody bishop. I could push this. He's gonna take with the knight, maybe threaten to go there, so I have to take, and then the queen takes, and then exchange, and I lost the pawn. But I don't know, man. You can't have everything. Maybe he's going to take with the pawn immediately. That would also be possible. I'm gonna have to. Oh, he's not doing that. I don't know why he's doing this though. This makes no sense whatsoever. This makes no sense whatsoever. Now I'm threatened to take here like crazy. No, not really. Yeah, I take, he takes. I can take him back with the bishop. He's dead. He's totally dead except for the check here. Otherwise I can take here. Okay, he gives check. I go to the side. Then nothing. Can't even give check. Can take a bishop, but how is on that side? Maybe not fast enough. I do this, check, I go to the side, he takes my bishop, I take here, I'm not even threatening anything. This is not good. Okay, we have to defend that. No, I can castle. This is about where you castle. If you ever castle, then that is the moment to castle. Now what? I'm gonna play this pawn, and then you're dead. You're totally dead. Queen here is basically the only way to save that pawn, and then my rook comes here. So not really a way to save it. Okay, take back the rook. Yeah, that's not what I wanted. I can go just one step back. But yeah, I'm still threatening this. Not as nice as before, but... One minute left. Okay, I do this, and then the bishop goes away. Is it? No, because the bishop goes away, I take here. The king just runs away. This just doesn't make me happy. It's kind of useless. Maybe I should have put my queen here, so I could bring in the knight here. Maybe play this first. Then that becomes weak like hell again. He's already running. Oh, the lameness of it all. Okay, I have a plan. I have a 52-second plan. Can be executed in 52 seconds. Oh, he's going in between again. Ah. Okay, now we can go here. And then we can bring in the knight. Also threatening this. Threatening, as in winning a tempo with it. Seriously? Okay, I'll play this anyway first. Of course you can go there with my rook. Not super interesting though. Actually, it is pretty interesting because that would win the queen. The queen cannot go anywhere. I could have bloody captured the queen. Why did I do this? If you do this, oh, to have this square. Okay, great. Otherwise, the queen could have gone back. Yeah. Resign. This costs a queen. I told you you couldn't put the king here. You didn't believe me. See? Now cut off the queen. Horrible move. Rating of 2004. Don't move. Still not my move. What is he going to do? There's nothing. I think rook here is the best, and then take my rook. And then lose the rook because of this check. Nope, nothing. Nothing works. Nah, he wants to lose on time. I think I'm gonna move my king next. Maybe not. Okay. Want to do a rematch? No, okay. Do a rematch. Oh, it went down to 1900. I don't want to play you. Man, come on. It's less than 2000. How is that interesting? That was not a good move. And I gave away this pawn. Well, I could take here. No, it was not really given away yet. Did not give it away yet. Am I threatening to win this pawn? The queen is overloaded. No, not anymore. So I take, he has to take back with this pawn eventually. Yeah. No. Developing it is. Development. The development. Okay. I take here, I take my bishop, I take the knight. Or I take here, it takes back with the pawn. Then I take the bishop, then he takes definitely back with the queen. And then nothing. I think I just go here. And the knight could come here, and then I could go here. I don't know, man. Yeah. I don't feel, wow, seriously. Now, taking here is more or less no longer possible. So what would stop me from doing this? Oh yeah, open line. H me. How do I give mate here? Like instantly. It's not gonna happen, is it? Could put my queen here. It doesn't even threaten anything. The bloody thing is there. I have to castle. He's attacking my center while I didn't castle yet. Blasphemy. I cannot go here, can I? Yeah, well, he take, check. Bishop in front of it, defended by 2 pieces, and I can castle long eventually. Plus, I'm threatening to castle if I go here, but he could put a knight there, which is kind of annoying, attacking my queen. I would like to stay on the diagonal, also want to castle. I'll probably have to attack it then, and then he goes back, or he defends it, and then I castle, but then everything is like around here already. Do I have time to first? There's a weakening anyway. I don't want to do that. What about taking the pawn here? Oh, it looks like I win a pawn if I do that. Oh, yes. Oh, what a brilliant move. Why didn't I see that like immediately? Now I chase this the defender of the h7 pawn, and it's threatened like mate. Oh, let's threaten mate. I can take another pawn here. A very juicy pawn. So if we do this, it's probably let's put the bishop here first. If he then takes here, I take with check. That would be horrible. So I definitely have time to do that. That one, right? Is that possible? I take, he takes, I give check. The queen can go here. Oh, I have no attack. Should I just defend my pawn, or is it a double attack? It's attacking both. I need to do something where I defend one of the pawns. I want a castle. I can just take here. It takes. I have to move away. Giving check here would be nice. Threaten to give check. That would be nice. Oh, I can take here. Afterwards, yeah. So he's gonna take that on, and now I can take here. Because he can't take back. And now I'm threatening to go here. Or threatening to take that or something. Rook takes. Rook takes. As he does that, I can give check and mate. Or he has to give the queen. If he takes my knight, however, could give check, he takes back. I want to save my queen. I need a tempo more. Hell. He cannot take my knight. So he takes with the pawn. I'm gonna do it. I'm threatening mate in 1. "30 seconds left. I feel one rook short though. If I had castled long already. That was so winning. Maybe this is still winning. So I'm threatening like check, and then he must take back with the I don't know what he must. He doesn't have to do anything. I do this. He can't take with the rook. If he takes with the pawn, I don't have anything. Shit. I don't know. Oh no, I give the rook away. Oh shit. He's gonna take my rook. Time pressure. That was it. The time, pure time pressure, man. Yeah, not good. Not good at all. Yeah. Okay. I gave it away like crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Plus 30. Made in 19. Oh, I could take en passant. Of course I could take en passant. 8 and 12. I didn't have time anymore. That's the whole thing. It is also positive. Yeah, taking with the rook was good. Yeah, it's only plus 1. And then he did that move. And then I saw that I had to take the pawn. Brilliant move. Now, if he wouldn't have done this mate in 9 move, what was it? Yeah, mate in 12. Bad move. Any normal person would have taken my rook. And then I would have known what to do. And then he had to sacrifice the queen. And then I would have won. It was that easy. That he didn't want to do the best move. And then I failed. Shit. So lame. What would I do here? I think I would... I think I would put my king here, and develop the rook. Where do I go then? Eventually, I want to end up on this line. No, the rook can come here eventually, but the queen can't. That is pretty annoying. Oh, you can't defend this. Okay, so the rook comes here, the pawn must be played, and then my queen can go here. Can go there, I mean. So maybe I should threaten to go to one of these black squares, which would be queen here. So I play this, rook comes, I go to the side. And then you could put the rook there. What are that exchange is probably not that bad for me. Let me try this one. So he's playing this, and then I was planning to go there. No, the computer thought long enough, and then I wanted to go here. He's just giving the pawn away. Oh, yeah, that's a possibility. And then I can't take the pawn. I can make a hole here, apparently. Then I can run there with the king. Check. Oh, I can also run here. Do I want to? Why not here? Oh, we're gonna get check there, mate. You have to go there. Can check. I run away. Do something. Take the queen. Queen goes to one of the dark squares there. My king is locked up. I wouldn't even know how to win this, I think. All those arrows are also very distracting. Nou ja.